Just getting things all set up right now. How's it going? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Here, give me 1 second. Let me share this to Instagram real quick. All right. I think we got everything else set now. All right. Well, sorry for if I was just a little irresponsive for a second. I was just trying to share the live stream onto my Instagram. But everything should be good right now. So, hope everybody's having a good evening. I think today we'll show some of my York pies today. And also, in case you're wondering what I'm drinking, I'm starting off with Franz's Kana, which is it's classified as a Weizen beer, but it tastes like a German Hefeweizen, so it's pretty much about the same. But very good beer, very good beer. Let's see. Hey Birdsy, how's it going? I switched my network to my Wi-Fi, so the quality should be better. Let me open this up real quick. All right. Let's see what. Hey Cody, how's it going? Yes, Fritz, I know there's no PRR, but we might get to it at some point today. Plus, I got something little interesting for you that I bought. Let me just see if my audio's coming out clear. Trying to see if sound's coming out of my my mic. Let me know if you guys can hear me in the trains, if it's all good. All right. Awesome. Just gonna relax a little before I open up some of the boxes. Really 333, how's it going? Yes, I can. I can see the comments. Sleeves Rail, how's it going? Good to see you. I see you, Sky. Good to see you in the stream. Got a couple more beers in mind. Some you might find interesting. Just trying to think what sounds good to drink after this one. A little bit closer. Train Addict, how's it going? Mad Trains, how's it going? Yeah, definitely quite the basement we have here. Actually, I might as well show one of the things I got at York. It's right in front of me. Got this Reading and Northern stool at York at, I think it was at Grospaski's, I think. Got it for a pretty good price. So, got that. It was the Black Diamond. Love this stool. So there's that. Have I been to the Reading and Northern lately? About 4 times. Yeah, I think this past Saturday, what was it? Wait, hold on. Forgot I didn't have my thing on mute. There it is. So, anywho, what I was gonna. Hey, Maddie C, how's it going? But what I was gonna say is that I think for the past 3 or 4 October Yorks, we've been seeing a lot of the steam locomotives running on the Reading and Northern, particularly the 2102. I try to go there at least once a year, just because when you think of like steam excursions, you think of something like Strasbourg, where they just kind of baby it. They don't really work it very hard, and they usually carry like 10 or 12 car trains or whatever. And I get it. They don't want to like beat the thing to death and have to fix up the engines a lot. But when it comes to the 2102 and how they run it on the Reading and Northern, they run this thing like they stole it. Like, in terms of, back when steam was still a thing, they used them for what they were designed to do. Meaning that they had places to be, they had the throttle all the way open, and it was full send to the destination. And every time I go to Reading and Northern to see the 2102, I always go to some of the spots where it's at like a 1.4% grade, and you could really hear this thing roar. I will say this: there's probably nowhere in the United States that you'll experience steam like the Reading and Northern. I will die on that hill. You know what, Bernsey? I would actually agree. Just because if the 2102 can pull like a 17-car train that easily, what's stopping it from pulling 25? You know, I mean those engines, they regularly hauled, I think, 100+ car coal trains all the time. I think when the Allentown show is. I'm not familiar with that show, but I heard it's pretty decent. Train addict, that is quite an understatement. For anyone that is interested in seeing the 2102 at Reading and Northern, I would highly recommend doing the entire day. just to get the full experience. Yes, 2102 is done for the year. They typically don't restart their excursions until not March. Sometime late April, if I recall. However, they did do a winter ramble, I think in January or February, so there's one of the opportunities if they decide to do it again. I just chase it, honestly. I mean, riding is cool, but it's one of those things where it's like, once you ride it once, that's really it, honestly. Let's see. I mean, at least in terms of chasing the train, I personally find it more fun, just because you can just, when you're like, not next to the train, but like about a couple, you know, when you're like right next to the train or just when it's going by, you could just feel this thing working and just hear it. It's just, the best way to describe it is just a spiritual experience. It's wild. At least with chasing a train, you just got to plan your stops right, have a good driver, and of course have a good time. That's kind of the main rules I try to follow. Do this before I forget. Have this charging while I stream. There we go. Yeah, one of the days I want to try one of the things I want to do at some point is get the club or the D3R club to do like a weekend trip to the Reading and Northern to do their their Reading to Jim Thorpe trips on one of the weekends, where basically you have one group that would ride the train and then you would have the other chasing it, just so that it makes it more interesting for each perspective. So that's what I would love to do at some point for the club. What else do the comments say here? Space Trucker Rob, good to see you. Yeah, man, I mean, typically the best time to see the 2102 is during the fall season. Summer and spring is also pretty good too. I think it's time to open one of my things I got from York. Get a couple of them. NJ Devil. The track that we use on our layout is Atlas O track. Loose Trains, how's it going? Oh, I need a knife. Alright, I guess we'll start out with the first one. Devon McKenzie, how's it going? Alright. So this one shouldn't really surprise everyone. It's a little SW8 switcher in Reading and Northern. Shocker. So here's, I think this is the first item I got at York. Reading Northern SW8. What's my favorite train? Pennsylvania Railroad K4 1361 or Reading and Northern 2102. But it's a very, very nicely detailed model. I've got the, I think, number 800 or 801, I think. And I got a second one because oftentimes what the Reading and Northern will do is that they'll use these for local runs. They'll basically have them both end to end. That, or they'll do it like the other way where they'll have, you know, the cab facing first on each end. So, but yeah, love the paint scheme on this, of course. And there's a third one I'm kind of considering now, but we'll see what the budget has to afford. So yeah, that's one of the engines I got. So just that. This way now. Yeah, those Sinclair tank cars, if I remember, they're not very common to find. At least the black one in particular. Sleeves rail. Yes, I did get the new MTH Z6s. MTH did a fantastic job on them. Wait. Alright, so this one, another switcher. Which version of the Challenger? Oh, Great Northern and Spokane, Portland, Seattle. Lou, thank you very much. It definitely took a while to get to this point for the layout. But yeah, anywho, so this one is a 44 tonner in Main Central, which is, it's a favorite of mine personally. I like the Main Central. I was up in Maine, I think last year, and just something about the Main Central I just absolutely love. Maybe it's just the route it takes, the history about it, the paint scheme, all that stuff. There it is. Switcher number 11. Beautiful paint scheme too. And this is actually an Atlas model, former MTH tool. Matthew O scale, you're good. I just started not too long ago. I guess we'll see how far we go tonight. So, what am I drinking tonight? Franciscana, Weiss beer. But yeah, beautiful model by MTH or Atlas. Might run this one tonight. We'll see. Skips that. Parts out for this before I forget. I probably won't pull these out, but yeah, that's lovely. So I got another Burlington Northern 4-bay hopper. I think I got it for like 25-30 bucks. Got this because I've got a bunch of Burlington Northern hoppers, so this is definitely one to add to the collection. There's that. The engine that's on the freight train is the big boy, specifically big boy number 4019 with the elephant ears, which is it's a Vision Line big boy. It's from the latest run. Runs very nicely, very nicely. But yeah, the other one I got, what is it? Norfolk and Western R50B. This actually came with the Burlington Northern hopper I got. I think in total I paid for both this and the hopper for like 95 bucks, which I would say is pretty good. So, but yeah, there's this. Alright, so this one, so I got a B&O Lionel 18-inch B&O set for an absolute steal. I think you guys, you'll find out soon what this train is soon. Once I find the, once I cut it open. So here it is. Beautiful looking car, I will say. This is from the Baltimore and Ohio Columbia. And it isn't just this car, but I have like, I think six more cars, I think. And I got the whole set for $700. And keep in mind, this set usually goes for like 11 or more on eBay. So I was ecstatic to find this one. I've been on the B&O trend as of recent. There's just something about that railroad that speaks to me. I guess I just like how the locomotives and just the paint scheme and just a lot of the history of the area it goes around. Yes, Rail Stalker. My trains are O scale. I was briefly into HO for a little bit, but then I just mainly stuck to O. So maybe if we open these up in time, I can probably put this on the track, see how it runs. guess we'll see how fast I can get it unboxed. Real Chief, how's it going? Unfortunately, I sold the L&M Pacific recently, so sorry. If you're wondering what's running on the layout, a Lionel Legacy Great Northern NW2, Lionel Vision Line Union Pacific Big Boy number 4019, and then on the outside loop we have the MTH Premier Mr. Muffin's Custom Run Mercury with a custom sound set. Hey Lark, how's it going? You're good. Oh shit, we got 34 people in here. Awesome. This looks like a RPO car or something. Put this back here. Like we found a set. So I didn't find EUs, but I did find some F7s, which fit perfectly with the Columbia. It's MTH Premier PS3. It's the one with without the tethers. And the coolest thing is the one I got has the Colombian PFA in it. Yes, I do have some Blue Nami engines. I would run them tonight, but I don't have a second phone that I could run with them. Currently working on that. So. Actually, one of the other things I'm planning on doing soon is probably getting like a lavalier mic to put like on my shirt, so that way you guys can hear me better when I do these sort of live streams. It's just a matter of trying to find which one would be better to get. You know, that's one of the details I forgot, Matt, is I forgot that these things were in pristine condition. The whole set for $700. Now the reason why I bring up prices is because York is known for good deals. The reason why I'm telling these prices also is because to get the word out, like, hey, those deals are out there. You just got to look really hard. Also, what did everybody get at York? Put it down in the chat. I'm curious. All right. Five more cars to go. I'm a believer now in the 2012. Yeah, like I said, once you see that 2102, you know, run like it does, you're going to be like me, where you try to go back there as much as possible. So this is the 5-pack. All right. Let's see if I can get this out. I have to flip it. Also, I'll show you guys the F7s I got for it as well. Do I have the 611? I have two of them. One is MTH, the other one's Lionel. Should be able to lift it up like this. Back there. I guess we're starting off with the observation car. There we go. Which 611 do I like better? That's a tough one because the MTH one has the correct roller bearing drive rods. And it's got the correct red stripe and all the other details. The only thing that I noticed is, I mean, I could be wrong about this, but on the MTH ones, like the nose of it just doesn't look as, it looks kind of like, it doesn't look like what the J Streamline nose should look like, but maybe it's just illusion. The sounds are fine. I'm actually planning on trying to see if I can get someone to do like a custom sound set for the MTH 611. But as for the Lionel one, I do like it. The only issue with that one, honestly, is it doesn't have the roller bearing drive rods are like way too small, and they should be a lot bigger. I do think when Lionel does the J again, they should retool that particular part of like the drive rods, like the roller bearing parts, which I'm hoping they do at some point. Here's the Colombian observation. Beautiful looking car. Set these down the ground for right now. Where did I find the B&O F units? Got it on eBay from a guy by the name, well, from a seller named 13 Tribe. He's a very good seller. Can't remember the price I got it for. My dad probably knows the specifics on that one. What is this for? It's back in the sleeve real quick. headphones in there. How do you get off? Wait, maybe not. Nope. Come on. Come on. One. Two. Come on. This way. Those zip ties that are on there, I'm just going to get rid of them just because it's not really needed. Alright, there's that car. Am I going to run the Beano train? Yeah, probably. Maybe for a little, just because, well, I probably won't run it the whole time, just because I haven't oiled up the 18-inch cars. And for those that are unfamiliar with Lionel 18-inch cars, if you don't lube them very well, they are going to squeak, they squeak so bad. Two more cars. Also, for people that are wondering, I'll be up in Milwaukee for Train Fest as well, Saturday and then part of Sunday. So if anybody wants to say hi, feel free. You'll probably see me and my dad wander around, see what's up. You know, so. So, looks like a diner, I think. That's a diner. There's that. One more car. I think this is the baggage car. Oh, never mind, it's just a regular coach. I think. Galesburg Railroad Days. Is Galesburg a train show or like some sort of railroad event? Oh, this is good. Look at that. That is it's an observation car. Absolutely beautiful. Would be cool to see Lionel to do the Colombian again. Finally got the last car. That took a while. Alright. Now to put everything back. Alright. I think that's it for right now in terms of opening up. Yeah, they are very nice passenger cars. I think what I'll do is slow down the Mercury for a second. Alright. Might as well put on the train. Oh, I almost forgot these. There we go. Alright. So, just gotta be careful, of course. Diner. It's a combine. What I'll do is I'll put this Alright, then this car. Alrighty. Slag Cat, how's it going? Now to bring out the F7s. Here's the F7 I got. Pretty good, I can't even speak. Pretty good condition so far. I did test it, I think yesterday. Runs great. Beautiful engine too. Hopefully I can get this in one good shot. Well, that didn't work out as well, but that's okay. I'll probably have to replace a crossing signal now. So there was a crossing signal right there. Unfortunately, when the engine went full send, my hand got right into the crossing signal. To be fair, it was on its last leg anyway, so something to replace when we get back. The only issue too is that let me turn off the thing real quick. So anywho, so at least right now the lights on the red on one of the lights works right now. Yeah, so like I said, no big deal. We actually have, I think, 2 or 3 replacements, so not a big deal. Just gotta take that one out and then replace it with the new one. Yeah, that was only a matter of time at that point, so. Other than that, let's just get this train running. Put the Mercury in the passenger siding now. If I'm not mistaken, I think the signals are from K&R. I'll have to verify that, but I think they work better than Z stuff personally. And one of the best parts, the best part about these signals is that when you get them as a kit, you could also pick out what sound, like what bell sound you want to play. And for ours, we just got the regular mechanical bell, which sounds so nice. Give me 1 second. Alright, everything's all set. So both A's are powered. I just have the one A unit right now with the dummy B's. Alright. Alright, that one's done. So next drink I'm having. So this is Shorts Brewing Company Rocktoberfest, which is essentially their version of Oktoberfest. What a weird spot. But yeah, this is Shorts Brewing Company Oktoberfest. Really good stuff. Really, really good stuff. I like your thinking, B-Roth. That is a beautiful set. Plug my PC in real quick. Hey Ryan, how's it going? Yeah, those B&Os, can't speak. Those B&O cars, just that entire set is fantastic. Just glad I got the cars for the price I did. $700 for a set that usually goes for like 11 or more. Yeah, I guess you could say that, Matt. We're here to have fun. That's all that matters, right? Hey, honey, how you doing? Good to see you, Sky. Thank you, Ryan. Oh shit, I forgot to put, what was it? One bite. Forgot to put like a Facebook post up thanking like the birthday wishes or whatever, but that's okay, I'll do it tomorrow. Well, probably like first day of November or something like that. It is not the Premier Big Boy, or that's not the Premier MTH Big Boy. That's the Vision Line Big Boy. I used to have the Premier one, but I sold it. Thank you, Matt. Much appreciated. Thanks, William. In case you guys are wondering, my birthday was on the 28th, so 2 days ago. Just turned 27. And I got my license finally. A bit late, I know, but it took quite a lot for me to get my license in terms of more of like a motivational standpoint. It's a long story. Thanks, Slag Cat. But yeah, back to the crossing. It's like things like that happen. Like for me personally, is that like I'm usually pretty good with my hands when I'm putting stuff on the track. Though I probably should have known that with an NTH engine in particular, it would, launch off like that and then cause me to break the signal by accident. But part of this hobby is you got to be able to fix your own stuff too when things go south. So then a little bit of embarrassment doesn't hurt, So I got a question for you guys to answer. What would you like to see run on the freight train? Because I'm thinking of putting on a different locomotive. Class A. The J1. Thank you, Devon McKenzie. Z6 sounds tempting, but Reading T1, okay, I mean, I kind of want to do that one now. The question is, do I do 2102 or 2100? With the Class A, but I only got the 1218, and it's just the problem with 1218 is that you could, like with the restoration version, it's like you can only really run it with like passenger cars. However, if I remember correctly, it did pull, I think, like a big string of like bathtub gondolas, if I'm not mistaken. I've got 2 GG1s. I'm just looking for some ideas that you guys are thinking. I used to have an MTH one, but I sold that years ago. Or like I used to have an MTH Class A. I just have the Lionel one now. Turbine. If we're talking about a Penske turbine, I do not. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. Do you guys want to see a Class A run, or do you guys want to see the Z6 run? Comment Z6 or Class A, and I'll tally up which one you guys want the most. I'll give it about 5-10 minutes and we'll see where the tally is from there. Actually, what if I could put up a poll? Alright, I've got a poll. Go vote. Beer number 2 is done. Let's see what else I have in mind. So, before I open it, here's a classic from Wisconsin. Spotted Cow. So, like I said, for the poll, I'm going to give you guys about 10 minutes. So it's 8:44, 8:52. We'll tally it up. We'll tally up the vote, and then we'll see where it is, and then that's the engine we'll pick, whatever which one is the most. But yeah, the beer I have, Spotted Cow, only sold in Wisconsin. If you guys happen to be down in Wisconsin at some point, I would highly recommend this beer, Spotted Cow. Good stuff. Now I just gotta open it. Yeah, Christopher, that comment is actually quite, I don't know, it's quite amusing, quite amusing. Just out of curiosity, is anyone going to be at the Milwaukee Train Show this weekend? I've had PBR before. It's actually not too bad. Class A's winning. Speaking of different locomotives, I guess I should get back into, you know, doing more like showcase videos or just having the trains run. Like, I guess what I mean is that, like, when I first started out the channel, I used to just pick a locomotive and just film that, make like a little 5-minute video, whatever. I always enjoyed doing that, but at least as of lately, it's just the motivation, at least right now, hasn't been there, and a lot of the video creation, at least for right now, is just mainly clubhouse videos, D3R meets, railfan videos, a couple D3R events. So I'm hoping, you know, this winter season I can, you know, do more, you know, run sessions. You know, just like kind of pick a locomotive and just film it for film like a good 5 or 10 minute video. I should do some more live streams, sleeves. Yeah, it's just as of late, I just haven't really found a good time. But I think if I was going to do one on a weekly basis, it would probably have to be Thursdays, since that's probably the day that works out the best. So, might also kind of thinking like what I might do is maybe do like a live stream every two weeks on a Thursday or something like that. So we'll see. We'll see how things go, you know. So. Ooh, my favorite locomotive to run. That's a tough one because all the locomotives we have, me and my dad have, it always has something that makes it fun, but the most fun, there's the M1. I mean, I can name a couple, but narrowing it down to a couple to like one is definitely a little tough. But in terms of the most fun to run, Legacy Pennsylvania Railroad M1, the big boy, of course, Reading T1, Pennsylvania Railroad K4s, and the Legacy Union Pacific CSA1 Challenger, or the early Challenger. Those are the ones that kind of that first come to mind, at least for me. But to answer your question, Bill Roth, I think that's how you pronounce your name. That's kind of like that's at least like the 5 of my favorite locomotives to run. So, all right, guys, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to pick what locomotive. I might extend it to 1 more minute. So go vote. Go vote. Big Rich Trains, how's it going? All right, well, it seems like the vote seems to be the Class A, so I think that's what we're going to go with. So the Class A wins. So let me park the big boy in the roundhouse. Actually, got a spot in that case. Let me do that real quick. I gotta find the NNW caboose. big is my layout? 13 by 25. Oh, that 765 was so wrong on that Class A. trains are at the bar. It's actually ones I'm planning on selling soon. Should probably keep my hat on. Legacy Union Pacific US-44, 2 Legacy K4s. I think one road number is 3672 and the other one's 1361. Both line of Legacy. MTH Premier, Pennsylvania Railroad K4, Proto Sound 3. MTH Rail King Scale, Sioux Line. I think it's a GP9, if I'm not mistaken. And the Sioux Line one I'll probably sell to the club first before I put it out on like the forum or eBay. And in between that and the Y3 is a little Pennsy 44 tonner. I'm going to sell 2 Proto Sound 3 as well. And then the very last one is a Lionel Legacy Norfolk and Western Y3. The only issue with it is it's got like a really small paint chip on the rim of the smokestack, but that could probably be reapplied with some paint, graphite paint or something like that. And unfortunately does not have a box. And I think that's about what we're selling or planning on selling so far. I was going to say, Matt, if you're interested in that Legacy Y3, I could hook you up. What scale do I run? O scale, which the other measurement for O scale is 1/48, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I know. There's always payment plans. I'm sure someone would want that that Y3. One second. A pished sounding whistle. I guess you could call it that. But in case you're wondering what whistle the Class A has prototypically, it's a Norfolk and Western single chime hooter. Very distinct sounding whistle. In terms of steam era, this leaves, if your friend's looking for like a steam era Great Northern caboose, I have a couple options. Give me 1 second. So, first one I would recommend is, if I'm not mistaken, this is an Overland model wood-sided caboose. As far as I know of, Overland is the only one that's made this particular kind of caboose. Very nicely detailed, too. And they use these. I might have the build it here. It says repacked in 1957, but they had these in the early 1920s. So this would be a good steam era caboose to have. Another one that'd be good too. This one's the more common one to find, I would say. Is this Great Northern MTH Premier CA1 caboose in the Great Northern paint scheme. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the Great Northern had CA1 type cabooses. If I'm not mistaken. Very nicely detailed model. This one's actually got some figures on it. Nice one there. I'm trying to think. I think those are the only two steam era cabooses I have. So, but in terms of steam era cabooses, a CA1 or the Overland models offset wood-sided cabooses would probably be your best bet. They are a little kind of hard to find. More so the Overland models offset caboose. But if you look hard enough, you might be able to find it. But in terms of the one that's the most common, I would say the MTH Premier CA1 Great Northern caboose. Though I wouldn't say it's cheap though. So, just a heads up. But yeah, those are the two cabooses I would probably recommend, at least what's available. Oh yay, it's starting to squeak. Yes, Patrick, I do O gauge, or O scale, more specifically. We have 30 people on the stream. Thank you guys very much. Cheers. Gen Z trains, I actually did not order a Vision Line Hudson. The biggest thing, at least in my opinion, is that at least with the catalog version, they don't have it in the dark gray or like, you know, black lacquer like the actual, well, I should say, if you're talking about the Vision Line J1E, I didn't order just because I already have a bunch of MT's Premier ones. If you're talking about the Commodore Vanderbilt, however, I didn't order that specifically because the color is supposed to be a dark gray or black lacquer color, which Lionel didn't do, which is unfortunate. Though I do know that Muffins did a custom run of like a black version. Might get that one at some point depending on how it turns out, but we'll see. So, did I order the new Acela from Third Rail? Nope. I'm sure there's plenty of other people. What's the latest with my 5632? Currently I haven't ran it as of recently because it's not programmed very well or coded very well. So I gotta get that rechecked at some point. Or it's something to do with like how the chuffs are coded mainly. That or what I could do is just turn it into Blue Nami, honestly, but I don't know, we'll see, I'm still thinking. Do I have the daylight? I have two of them. MTH and Lionel. Oh, this squeaking is going to sound fun. Yeah, I was going to say, if you're looking at a Third Rail CB&Q 05B, I would recommend doing Blue Nami on it. Perfect candidate for it. Another one. Next beer, same brand. So I should mention this beer is made by New Glarus. So same company, New Glarus, Moon Man. It's a pale ale, and it is really, really good. Can only get this in Wisconsin. And I'll definitely begin some cases when I'm in Milwaukee. So let me go open this up real quick. Yeah, I was gonna say, Matt, like that brewery you're talking about, is it mainly local, or can you get it like out of state, like in Michigan or Ohio or Indiana or something? So in case you're wondering what type of control system is for the layout, it's got Lana Legacy, MTH DCS, and Blue Nami. Good stuff. Good stuff. If you guys happen to be in Wisconsin, get yourself some Moon Man from the Glarus or Spotted Cow. Highly recommend it. Count. I don't know how to pronounce that. That's why there were so many hearts on my feed. Much appreciated. You know, one of the things I thought of doing is maybe enabling monetization. The problem with that is that with YouTube right now, the monetization rules are very, very iffy right now, so it's kind of hard to really justify it right now. Something to think about. So. know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring the F7s around here and we'll listen to the PFA if it's loud enough. Actually, let me do this real quick. There we go. I'm so glad I got this set of F7s. Matt, are you talking about the product number or the road number? If you talk about the road number, it's 295. I can pull up the product number if you need to know it. I've got the box for it. So the road number is 295 for the powered A, and then the other powered A I have is number, I've got it here somewhere, 722. Both powered A's, and they were both made in 2016. And if I'm not mistaken, I think MTH made 3 powered A units. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there was 3 of them. And then there was like an extra dummy A unit that they had. Let's take a listen to the PFA.
Train number 25, the Columbia. This stop is Gary. Have a nice day. And take your baggage. If it's passengers only. Let me help you. Now departing for Chicago on track 1, train number 25, the Columbia. Pardon me. Turn it up now. All aboard. Are you ready to go? Yep, we have reached 100 and close to service. Yeah, ready to move. Ready to pull out.
Have I thought of getting the North Coast Limited? I actually had the MTH one at one point. I do like the North Coast Limited. The problem is just money. And want to have it. awesome. Just out of curiosity, Sleeves, was it the Streamline Premier set of the North Coast Limited? Because I did have that set at one point. In terms of the ABA set, were they Proto Sound 2 or Proto Sound 3? Trains by Dave, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Oh, you got the PS3 ones? Oh, you're set. I'll be honest, I mean, if you have the MTH Premier full set of streamlined passenger cars and you have the PS3 F7s, which I'm assuming you have the correct paint scheme for the North Coast Limited, I don't see any reason to get the Lionel ones. I do have a buddy that did order the entire Lionel set. I'm really hoping that they did a nice job on that set. Because what I'd like to do is ask him if I could bring it over to the house, to the layout, and run it for you guys on like a video or something. Just for the channel or whatever. So. Sorry for the squeaking. In terms of how long I'm going, I'm gonna say 10:30 or 11. Probably gonna end up being my longest stream. If people are tuned in, I'll go for a little longer. Take one more beer for tonight. One more beer for tonight. We're going to end off in terms of the beers with Franciscana. Yes, I do have I still have an 07 class Mikado. It currently has Blue Nami in it. I have no regrets. S sleeves, I would definitely recommend doing that as a Blue Diamond candidate. Like I said, I would bring it out tonight, but I don't have an extra phone to do it because I'm already using this phone to live stream. So, but probably on the next stream, I'll try to get it out, but we'll see. We'll see. So, got a question for you guys. If I was to swap out a switcher on the inner loop, at least out of the collection that I have, what would you recommend? The question was for the inner loop where the NW2 is. If there was a little small engine that you would pick to swap out with the current one that's on the inner loop, out of my entire collection, what would you recommend? At least for like a small switcher engine. I actually don't have an 080. Used to, but I've got an 060. I've got an 040. I do have a Pennsylvania A5, if that interests some people. No, Sky Lightning McQueen is not an engine. It's a car. Horseradish is not an engine either. Ka-chow! Love you too, Sky. I do have... I've got a few types of 060s. Is mayonnaise engine? No, Matt, mayonnaise is not an engine. Horseradish is not an engine either. So I've got a Penske USRA 060, but I do have a Penske B6SB 060. Ooh, a Shay. Unfortunately, Sky, I don't have a Lightning McQueen engine. Actually, I do have a Western Maryland Shay, if you guys want to see that. Let's go with that. Just gotta pull the switcher off real quick. think the blue one that you like is what's called the Santa Fe Blue Goose, which is a 464 Hudson type steam locomotive. Wrong locomotive. Time to find a shade. Availing Adventures, thank you very much. Horseshoe Curve Park, good to see you. Matt, in terms of the Shay, it does have the smoking whistle. I just don't have it activated right now. From what I remember, the whistle steam on the MTH days, it works pretty well. If I'm not mistaken, at least for filling the whistle steam for the Shays, you have to use like one of those needle nose smoke fillers. Well, other than that, it works pretty well. So in terms of Pure Marquette passenger cars, they should be coming pretty soon. I can't say for sure if they're on the water at the moment. But in terms of, you know, stuff from York, there's the Lionel 18-inch aluminum Beano Colombian passenger cars. What else? This Main Central 44-tonner PS3 Atlas Premier. And then there's this Reading and Northern SW8 I got them for good deals, of course. So, Availing Adventures, I do have another A unit. The only reason I'm running them with an ABB is because for the Colombian, at least for pictures I've seen, they would usually run an AB or ABB set with the Colombian passenger train. Do I have SD40s? Which one? It was more so a simple choice made, at least for me. As to why the B&O did that for the Colombian, I'm not really sure. Yeah, speaking of A units, Matt, I'm actually looking for some E8s in the traditional B&O paint scheme, like the F7s I have, because the B&O that ran into Detroit, and oftentimes, at least from film, I would see it was usually E7s or most commonly E8s that would come in with passenger trains into Michigan Central Station. And what I would like to do is find like a very cheap B&O set of like E8s that I can blue nano. So keep that in mind, Matt. Hey Charlie, how's it going? Some Upper Peninsula stuff. I've got some Sioux. Villing Adventures, is it a Premier set or is it a Williams? So, in terms of the era of the layout, it's kind of a mix between, it's probably best described between transition era, sort of railroad time frame, yeah, in terms of like the Weaver E8s, I don't know how I feel about the Weaver E8s. I've never personally had them. At least to me, at least pictures I've seen, it seems like the nose is a little too scrunched in. But I could be wrong. But in terms of the Lionel Suline 1003, so Lionel, they did come out and they said they will be giving out the correct boiler front part for those that did buy it. So for those that have the 1003, that has like the incorrect mounted headlight, if I'm not mistaken, I think you can call Lionel to put an RA number for the Suline part that's supposed to be corrected, but from what I was told is that it's supposed to be for all the Mikados or Suline Mikados that were produced, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, indeed, it was definitely nice for Lionel to listen to what we had to say. Because, I mean, the Suline 1003 has that distinctive raised mounted headlight, and for whatever reason, when Lionel produced the 1003, somehow that detail slipped through the cracks. And yeah, a lot of people weren't happy, including myself. Fortunately, Lionel was like, hey, you know what? You screwed up. We'll make it up to you by sending out a part to you, or if you're not confident in replacing it yourself, you can send us an RA number and we'll fix it for you. So there's at least that. You gotta give them credit where credit's due. So I do have a Suline 1003. It's sitting out in the service yard. That's where the big tall coal tower is. The Milwaukee Road, more like the Milwaukee Toad, or the railroad that made all the wrong decisions in every time frame. Like, for example, when the railroad during like the 1970s, during the oil crisis, where instead of sticking with their electric infrastructure, like their electric engines, they just decided at the worst possible time during the oil crisis, let's convert everything to diesel. How does that make any sense? I know you do, Charlie, and I've asked you this before. What was Milwaukee Road thinking? The Milwaukee Road. I do like some Milwaukee Road stuff. I like the A-Class Atlantics, 261, the Hudsons. There's a couple. The Milwaukee Toads. Yeah. Yes, the Baltics. Which, by the way, Charlie, you need to get a Baltic and then Blue Namia. I know you're craving one. No damn Hudsons anymore. You have two Baltics? Why don't you Blue Namia one of them? That'd be such a cool engine to see Blue Namia. Oh God, here's Jason with his Norfolk Southern talk. I would highly recommend it, Charlie. Trust me. Once you put Blue Navi in that engine, I am telling you, you're going to spend hours on that locomotive, more than any Lionel or MTH engine you could think of. How's it going, Jason? Good to see you. Charlie, instead of the Milwaukee Road Mikado, do the Baltic. Trust me, it'll be worth it. I would say road railer. The problem is that like, while it would look good in terms of like a wait. I'm serious, Charlie. I would highly recommend doing the Baltic instead of the Mikado. I think you'll use that a lot more than the Mikado, in my opinion. But the choice is ultimately up to you. Just giving you my opinion. In terms of the road railer, I mean, it would look cool. The problem is it's like, in terms of a prototypical standpoint, which I usually tend to go to, you need a much bigger layout to make it look right. Yes, I have heard of Wow Sound before. I don't know how to... I'm guessing it's the same concept as Blue Navi to some extent. I'll have to try that at some point, but we'll see. Do I have any lever brass? I don't think so. What was the big purchase at York? In terms of a monetary standpoint, probably the passenger set, if I had to guess. Like the Baltimore and Ohio passenger set that's on the outside track. The parking codes! That's crazy, Andrew. Look, it could be worse. It could be New Haven. Gas was the biggest purchase. I mean, you're not entirely wrong. The Screw Haven? See, I don't really model Milwaukee Road or Chicago Northwestern, so I can't really justify doing ore train like that, like a Uper ore train. However, I do have some Canadian National SD40T-2s in line of Legacy. 2 Canadian National and then 1 Legacy custom run Duluth Wasabi Iron Range SD40-2, which they both turned out pretty good, I would say. The Boo Line. Listen, the Sioux line was a pretty good railroad. Tattoo Trains, welcome to the stream. The screw line. Con fail. No. We don't talk about Penn Central here. You know that was a failure. I'll be honest, with the Penn Central merger, at that point they were better off dying on each side at that point. The Penn Central thing was just, that was worse than death at that point for Penn Central. Southern Pacific. Or Union Pacific, more like the Union Masochist. Oh God, man! If that happened, that'd be awful. Just take some good shots. Beer number four. So, Matt, you missed beer number 4. Beer number 4 was Moon Man. But I'm kind of tempted to do a number 6. Clay, how's it going? The macaroni looking loads. Fifth beer is Franciscana. I'm on number 5. Oh. So, Charlie, speaking of that, if you like Greenfield Village in Detroit, metro area of Michigan, you're definitely going to want to go to Pat's Trains on Wheeling, West Virginia. On his website, he'll be soon announcing the Detroit and Lyman Northern number 7 custom run 440 with a set of 3 matching passenger cars to go with it, and it can only be bought as a set. Very nicely detailed. For what you're getting for its cost, it's a very, very good deal. And from what I'm hearing, the artwork is supposed to be coming very soon for the passenger cars, and I believe the engine as well. Detroit and Lyman Northern number 7 is also, like Charlie said, Henry Ford's personal locomotive. All right, one more beer. Last one for the night. Shorts Brewing Rocktoberfest, or Shorts Brewing's Oktoberfest version. Not too bad. This is a really stupid idea, but what I probably should do at some point is, if I decide to monetize the channel, for every $1 or $2 that you put in, I am required to drink a beer on these streams. I probably shouldn't have said that. And don't worry, Andrew, I'm not drinking that much. I got Milwaukee to worry about. So, but yeah, this is probably my last beer for the night. For every wheel on all of your collection, you chug a beer. I'll be blackout drunk by then. Charlie, I don't think that's a question. You have the most Milwaukee Road. I have none. I appreciate your concern, Andrew. Much appreciated, BWRR97. I'll be honest, I didn't expect it for that layout tour to take off that far. Hey Tony /Rambles, how's it going? Good to see you at York. So, Charlie, I got a question. If Lionel decides to do the 261 Northern as a Halloween scheme, would you buy it? I'm genuinely curious. I figured. Do I like Coke? Yes, I do. I just don't have any at the moment. Problem is, if I have a Coke, it's got caffeine, and I'll probably be up a little bit later than usual. So, Availing Adventures, in terms of what advice I would give to small YouTubers, keep it simple. Do what you like to do. Don't be the same as others. Do what you like to do. Like whether it's, you know, running trains like I do, or, you know, rail fanning or live streaming, whatever it may be. And it kind of sets yourself apart from others too, to some extent. So just, kind of the best thing is just go for what you like to do and just stick with it. And you kind of, you know, evolve from it. You know, so that's probably the best thing I can really say, at least for advice. So. Oh god, those AI, you know, train channels, absolute slop. And one other thing in terms of, to add up upon that advice, just because it doesn't see views doesn't mean that you don't enjoy it or you're not getting any satisfaction out of it. Remember, when you're doing your own channel, you're doing it because you enjoy it, not because it's a job. You don't want it to become a job. That's the worst thing you want to do, is that where you get to the point where it's like, oh, I feel like I have to put this out instead of what I want to put out. Then it just burns you out so quickly. And it can, in some cases, if you burn yourself out so much, in some cases, it can destroy the love for you know, the hobby of trains altogether. So, but yeah, like I said, for advice, do what you like to do. Do what you like to do. And share it with the world. It's the best I can really, you know, provide, honestly. So. So, in terms of what version I got of the MTH Premier Great Northern Challenger, I got the green boilered one. The number 4001, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Charlie, you're definitely not wrong in that comment. I am definitely a big boy. Long hood forward. If you're talking about the back part of the unit forward, that is so wrong on so many levels. Good comment, Charlie. Good to see you, slaves. Take care. Honestly, Charlie, I think if you got yourself like a little, I don't know, 12 by 14 layout with just like a single 072 loop, you'd be good. See, Andrew, in my opinion, CF7s, they just don't do it for me, honestly. But I'm trying to picture B&O CF7s. It'd definitely be a little weird looking, I will say that. Andrew, I like Hot Pockets. Are you talking about like food or something else? I'm not aware of. Charlie, in terms of the center cam, are you talking about like the big transfer diesel or something, or? The Train Master, how's it going? Transfer diesel, okay. Yeah, I'm hoping MTH does that again. If they do a DSSNA transfer diesel, I'm gonna pre-order that so fast. So. Do I have a big fleet of locos? Yes. Yes, for transfer diesel engines, Charlie, you can do DSSNA and Sioux line patched. Though in terms of between a single patch unit and a DSS&A transfer diesel, I would pick the DSS&A one. So, in case you're wondering, with the diaphragms not close enough to the F units, Andrew, I think the biggest reason is so that those F units can navigate tighter curves. So, drummer boy, how's it going? Do I know of the city of San Francisco? Yes, I do. What was the best part of this year's York, Jason? I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is just seeing all the friends, new and old, getting the good deals. And getting to see Reading and Northern 2102. So, I mean, that kind of sums it up for the most part. Horseshoe Curb Park, good to see you. Have a good night. That'll definitely get the kids engaged, German boy. Don't be surprised if it moves into the more scale side of O gauge. Charlie, good to see you. Have a good night. No, Horseshoe Curb Park, he did not quit trains. He's just... I'm trying to think. He's going through an obstacle. And a new house. And a new location. Mostly dead. Yeah, I was gonna say, Jason, hope things are going well. Dan is the Don. I don't know that phrase. Give me 1 sec. Mostly dead, slightly alive. I guess so. The Rackstar, a quarter mile HO scale in the basement. That's a big lamp. Andrew, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by at the stream. Have a good night. Gen Z trains, you know there's always something riding out. Any steam engines? Another NW Class A maybe, if the price is right. Chooch 57, good to see you. Have a good night and take care. Rackstar, in terms of diesels, I actually have one at the moment, or at least one diesel electric. It's the Baltimore and Ohio F7 pulling the Colombian. It's the only one that's diesel right now. The other two tracks is a Norfolk and Western Class A, and the third track is a Western Maryland 3-truck Shay, number 6. Garrett George, thank you very much. When I got this hat, at the Horseshoe Curve in Altoona, Pennsylvania, years ago, many years ago. I don't know if they sell this hat still. But maybe they do, so I don't know. We'll see. Or I don't know. That or someone else makes a hat similar to this, but I don't know. William GB83. Much appreciated. In terms of the train room, or at least the layout, it definitely took a good long while to get it to this point. So in terms of the layout itself, it's about 13 by 25. And yes, it goes straight through the wall with a hole in it. So indeed, William, it is quite the empire. I think I'm gonna bring the Mercury back on for the last hurrah. So. Alright. I like the analogy, Dan the Ripper. Sorry for the weird movement. I saw some weird like white spot on like the Class A. I'm like, what the heck is that? I don't know. Fuzz Freak, much appreciated. In terms of, New York Central locomotives, that particular New York Central Hudson is probably my favorite to run, which is the MTH Premier Custom Run Mercury. That's a very fun one to run. One of my favorites. Well, I think it's about that time, guys. It's 11:30 at night, and gotta get some sleep, and I gotta get prepared for the trip tomorrow to Milwaukee. So, other than that, thank you guys so much for watching. I think we hit about, like 40, about 40 viewers on the stream, which is absolutely fantastic. let me know down in the comments in the stream if you want any more, or even in a couple other posts or whatever. Let me know if you want any more streams or live streams or whatever. So, but other than that, thank you guys all for coming by. Yeah, I think that's about it for tonight. Don't really have much more to say other than that. So, other than that, have a good night, folks. Thanks for watching, and take care.